Alt announced, or he was announced that he was going to be a Charger, they show a close-up hoping to get a reaction from his girlfriend, and she's looking into the camera concerned and annoyed. And so the first thing that played in my mind when you see her eyes and her eyebrows just kind of like was womp womp womp, like the Larry David Curb Your Enthusiasm theme.
It looks like an SNL character. Like,
oh, Debbie Downer. Yeah. Dude, that's a good call. That's exactly what you look like. But by the way, beautiful girl, an amazing occasion. And then they showed when they were actually celebrating him hugging her, hugging his mom, his family. Dude, so funny.
Comments, though, on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, are absolutely amazing. She been kidnapped? Can we get a wellness check?
Blink twice if you need us.
Oh, look, there's Debbie Downer.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, totally Debbie Downer. Love the little dude picking his boogers behind her.
I didn't even notice the kid picking his nose.
See it. Let's do a replay.
Just hammering that. Well, that's me. Anytime, if you're driving with me on the road and we're at a red light together, I'm picking my nose. I realize like that's my cue to pick my nose is red lights. So
you don't do like find a napkin and like farmer blow into the napkin.
No.
Okay.
I
dig in.
Yeah, just it's a feast.
Yeah,
it is just I'm forking it out of there.
Do we want to do a halfie here?
Let's do a halfie.
Just happens.
Sexual and violent. All right, what I got for you is the first round of the 2024 draft is in the books, and it was the most offensive heavy first round in the history of the NFL draft. 23 offensive players taken, highlighted by a 14 in a row start to the draft. It was the most all time. It's a record. While there was little drama with the first pick, we were just talking about it. Caleb Williams goes to Chicago to play for the Bears. Heads turned when the Atlanta Falcons picked quarterback Michael Penix Jr. It was the most surprising pick of the night by far. The Falcons signed Kirk Cousins to a 4-year, $180 million contract earlier this offseason. Quarterbacks also tied a record, 6 of them going in the first round, matching the legendary 1983 draft class. All quarterbacks went in the top 12, culminating with Travis Dale, TD's Bo Nix to the Denver Broncos at the 12th pick. Chargers take Joe Alt, tackle out of Notre Dame, 5th overall. Raiders pick tight end Brock Bowers with the 13th overall pick. 19th overall pick goes to the Los Angeles Rams. They select Jared Verse, the defensive end out of Florida State, and the San Diego Padres. They lost the Colorado Rockies yesterday by a score of 10-9. So the Padres were actually leading this game 9-4 heading into the bottom of the 8th inning, and then all the wheels fell off, all of them. Colorado Rockies offense surged. Padres bullpen completely melted down, resulting in a 6-run inning and the lead for the Rockies. Padres couldn't answer at the top of the 9th. So they split the 4-game series with the Rockies, head home for a series at Petco Park against the visiting Philadelphia Phillies. And that's where we're at, back at a 500 record with the Padres. And Manny Machado is expected to return from paternity leave today. We'll see if he's out there with the team. Jackson Farrell-Merrill, outfielder, stud rookie.
Groin stretch.
He's got a tight groin, so he was a scratch off of the lineup yesterday. We'll see if he's available for the Phillies series here. And really, we return to, I don't know, some level of normalcy with the rotation after going to the bullpen to sub in for Yu Darvish. What are your thoughts about this Phillies series? Are you positive heading into the weekend?
I am so middle of the road. I mean, I'm not high, I'm not low. It's just like there's baseball happening. That's kind of how it feels to me, which is it really sucks, to be quite honest. I want to be high. I want to feel fired up. Winning the series with the Rockies 3-1 sure would feel a whole lot better than just splitting that thing. Watching those Padre games with the Rockies are terrible.
They're not good.
They're terrible. So it's pretty hard to swallow up 9-4 and you lose to the Rockies.
The worst part about this is it's when it's going so well for one part of this team, it feels like there's always the yeah, but like it's very rare where the Padres put together a full game where you're like, whoa, like everything worked.
There's been a couple of them.
There's been a couple,
Yeah.
but I'm saying even in victories, I mean, losses obviously something's gone wrong, but even in victories, there are several instances where, yeah, well, thank you for the bats because if it wasn't for the offense, it wouldn't have happened for the Padres last night. Or, geez, the pitching really saved them because they only were able to muster 2 runs. Like it always feels like there's something with the Padres even in victories.
Well, what the bummer is it's usually those bats. It's usually the guys that you expect to go out there and hit, or I mean, they should be going out and crushing it because that's what they did in the past. Aren't crushing it. So,
Yeah.
I mean, Xander, who has been super cold, has had a couple decent games, but that needs to be consistent. Manny Machado, when he gets back, needs to start being Manny Machado. I mean, Tatis is being good. I mean, I like it. Asan Kim seems a little middle of the road. The guys that we expect to go out there and just blow the doors off it just quite haven't yet. And the reason that the reason that the Padres are sitting 500 are because of guys who are just ancillary pieces.
Yeah.
That you're like, oh, thank God they were here.
Yeah, and it really is. This is a cobbled together lineup. In some ways, it's a cobbled together pitching staff. Granted, trading for Dylan Cease has proven to be one of the best trades that AJ Preller has made in recent memory because it's benefited and paid off so early in this season and so obviously. If it weren't for Dylan Cease, who knows where the Padres would be record-wise right now? He's been such a stalwart for them out of the rotation. But it's tough to say where this team is heading. Middle of the road is probably a fair assessment. I'm an optimist. I kind of feel like what's the use of watching sports if you're not going to look at it through the lens of hope? And I'm sincerely hopeful and optimistic that this team can make that turn at some point. And whether it happens early or late, I don't think I care. I guess my preference would be if you're going to be a middle of the road team for the majority of the season, just get hot late. Like, just make sure heading into the postseason, that's where you have the most momentous part of your season.
Oh, I think I would agree with that entirely. If you're going to stay 500 for the entire season, get hot at the end. Don't get hot in the middle and then let others play catch up.
Yeah.
Just go piling on right towards the end. So, I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you want to stay 500 and then turn it on the last 10 games, and then boom, you're in the postseason, and then you have momentum, you're rolling through it. I'm fine with all that. It just makes the season kind of boring.
Talking about piling it on, we're about to be piling it on our listeners here. We got a 4-pack of tickets.
Boom.
San Diego Seals lacrosse. They have their home game this Saturday, the 27th. Tickets on sale at sealslax.com. Joining us in studio coming up next, Trevor Baptiste, their face-off specialist. He's going to join us. Can't wait to talk to him. That's on the other side. And hey, by the way, speaking of tickets, I would love everybody to go get yourself a ticket for the San Diego Giving Back raffle. It is an amazing way to give back to an important community resource. Actually, I parked next to the Ronald McDonald House yesterday. I had to bring my youngest over to the Children's Hospital, and we had to do a quick, lab appointment. Nothing intense, but I was reminded by how many visits I had there as a Chargers player, the Ronald McDonald House, and how many families that they've touched. I remember bringing pizzas with a bunch of our other teammates. We did that a couple of times. I actually did that with the Arizona Cardinals also during my time with the New England Patriots. They had area Ronald McDonald houses, and these places are respites for people in great need. So just imagine your child has an incident where they need specialized attention they can only receive in San Diego, and you are uprooted suddenly from whatever your life is, where you live, and you're in a strange place, talking to specialists and doctors, and you need a place to live, and it's tough to afford places, even to rent for a little while here in San Diego. The Ronald McDonald House provides lodging, warm meals, program services to support families during a great time of need.
Been there. I actually stayed at the Ronald McDonald House. They helped us out. My youngest, Caleb, had to have a couple different surgeries down in Los Angeles, and we were out at Shriners. Didn't have a place to stay, and McDonald's House called over and said, "We got you." Man, they're late, stayed at Ronald McDonald House. I mean, they provide a beautiful place to stay, and then we woke up and there is breakfast waiting.
This
I mean, and it's literally out of the generosity of others who are paying for it. So we make sure we donate to Ronald McDonald House as much as we can.
Yeah, and this is a great opportunity. It's the San Diego Giving Back Raffle. So, raffle fundraisers have helped throughout the years build our San Diego home. And in return, the San Diego Ronald McDonald House has awarded more than $30 million in prizes to participants just for giving back. Tickets start at $150 a piece. Look, you could spend $150 on a lot of things, and there are a lot worse things to spend $150 on. This will actually benefit you and the Ronald McDonald House because your opportunity to win more than 2,000 great prizes if you just buy a ticket, including 20 vacations, 20 vehicle options, 20 days of 20,000 prizes, all this summer leading up to July 5th, where they have the grand prize drawing. It's the San Diego Giving Back Raffle. That's the San Diego Giving Back Raffle.
This update brought to you by Toyota of Poway in the heart of San Diego. Yesterday, the Padres lose to the Rockies. They were up 9-4. Then they gave up 6 runs in the 8th inning, ended up losing 10-9. Padres back to an even 14-14 record. Jackson Merrill was scratched from the lineup just before yesterday's game due to tightness in his groin. Manny's still on maternity leave, expected to be back today. We'll cross our fingers. Padres play again today. Phillies in town, 6:40 first pitch. NFL draft in the books. Caleb Williams went number 1. He's a Chicago Bear in the NBA. The Lakers got beat yesterday by the Nuggets 112-105. If you'd like to hear game 4 tomorrow, you can live right here on San Diego Sports 760, 5:30 tip. And the San Diego Seals kick off their game 1 of the playoffs tomorrow. We're going to be talking with them coming up here in just a bit, and we're going to have a 4-pack of tickets to give away to that game. Spring into savings at Toyota of Poway. They've got over 200 new and pre-owned Toyotas in stock, and we'll get you into the Toyota of your dreams with special finance and lease rates. There's never been a better time to get a new or certified pre-owned Toyota. Visit them now or toyotaofpoway.com. Bigger Sheedy and Fletch, San Diego Sports 760. I was looking for a liner, but I can't find it, Rich. So
That's fine.
No big deal.
That's fine.
You know what I do want to say, though?
What's that?
We have bonus bucks happening. You're shot at $1,000.
Yes.
All you got to do is listen for a keyword and then take that keyword over to sportssd.com and enter it for your shot at $1,000. Your next check's coming up here at 9 o'clock.
Can I tell you what you can buy for $1,000?
Yeah, if you'd like to tell me what I could buy for $1,000, 1,000 scratchers is what I came up with.
Yeah, 1,000 scratchers. Well, $1,001 scratchers would be annoying for everybody involved, including you. Can you imagine how tired your hand would be?
Can you imagine how messy my countertop would be?
My thumb, this happens every single time I buy or get gifted multiple scratchers.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever this muscle is, this big fat muscle of your thumb, when I pinch a quarter or a penny and I'm scratching for too long, it
gets spasm.
It cramps. It cramps up to the point where it's folded over the rest of my fingers.
What is that?
Michael. Bone Crusher Michael Usher. By the way, not just a clever name. You should feel his grip.
Yeah.
He's gesturing to us.
He never cramps right there.
No, never. He has tons of practice. So listen. Speaking of practice.
Yeah.
Going to be a lot of practice leading up to this playoff run for the San Diego Seals. We're going to be talking to Trevor Baptiste in just a few moments. Before we get to Trevor, want to recap one of the more exciting things that I was thinking about after last night's draft is how much more interesting this upcoming NFL season is going to be. Whenever you have this many quarterbacks taken, this reminded me of back when it was the Baker Mayfield first overall draft with Sam Darnold and Josh Rosen and Lamar Jackson stuck in at the 32nd overall pick to the Baltimore Ravens, who traded back into the first round to select their future quarterback. Josh Allen was a part of that draft. You had all of this intrigue leading into these seasons, and you had all these storylines to follow, and it made some of the teams who were less important for a variety of reasons, mostly because they were losing a lot, become highlighted by the fact that now you're breaking in a new quarterback. Mm-hmm. I think last year the story was really revolving around two teams. Obviously, the interest in CJ Stroud with the Houston Texans, the interest in Bryce Young with the Carolina Panthers. It quickly got snuffed because the Carolina Panthers were so bad that they actually fired their staff midseason. But the Houston Texans, that storyline was a lot of fun to follow. Now we have 6 of these first-round storylines to follow heading into next season.
Yeah, and I mean, do you think all 6 pan out? It may not happen.
No.
But I mean, if you get a couple that pan out, and all of a sudden it's like a Joe Burrow class that rolls in, that would be cool.
So I went back and I did this over 10 years ago, but I took a decade of the NFL and I looked at first-round quarterbacks. And I just sort of left it at this part of the conversation. I was like, all right, of all the first round quarterbacks, how many of them became franchise guys? Like guys who you could build around, guys who a team would be interested in promoting. And it was about 43%, something like that. It's about a 50-50 proposition. So in the NFL, year after year after year, first round quarterbacks about 50% have success.
I honestly, that's better than I expected.
So when you think about it, 6 quarterbacks taken were probably based on statistics. Now you could have weird years where a bunch of these guys fail and it's only one that shines, or maybe 5 of them are good and only one fails. But year after year, it's usually hovering. So it kind of guarantees you, not guarantees, but you know what I mean, that like 3 of these guys are going to be super competitive immediately, which is
right.
awesome.
Oh yeah.
It's great for the league, great for the game, great for these teams,
great for the fans.
Yeah, I mean, so the Patriots obviously limping out of their Bill Belichick era, the Tom Brady era. They get Drake May with the 3rd overall draft pick. The Commanders, who have been bad for a long time, virtually a lifetime, they get Jaden Daniels out of LSU with the 2nd overall pick. Caleb Williams goes to the Bears, 1st overall. Bo Nix goes to the Denver Broncos, 12th overall. It was Penix Jr., 8th overall to the Atlanta Falcons.
Ooh, I mean, is going to fight for the job against Kirk Cousins.
It's that one I keep getting hung up on. That's the
scratching my head because it feels like they paid Kirk Cousins.
So he gets a 4-year, $180 million deal. And then all of a sudden you turn around and you spend the 8th overall draft pick. Instead of helping the 2024 team, you're looking forward to the future at the position you just paid for.
Right.
It's, when I say head scratching, it's downright baffling. And in fact, Kirk Cousins, according to sources, his camp was, they fell short of describing him as disgruntled, but surprised.
Yeah.
It was shocked. I mean, those words came into play. I would be too, because, okay, if I'm Kirk and you're making this investment in me, my thought process with the 8th overall draft pick is they're either going to improve the defense or they're going to improve the protection in front of me, or they're going to add another weapon for me to work with. And they did neither of those. They, in fact, inflicted competition in the same room he's going to be sitting in.
Yeah, no kidding. And looking at teams that should be adding, the Bills should be adding, and they traded away their draft pick to their rival, the Chiefs.
Yeah, that one's also
two moves here that I can't wrap my head around.
So they pick first in the 2nd round, which, by the way, I don't want to diminish the fact that they can get an awesome pick at the first pick of the 2nd round, and it could be a franchise shifting player. It could be one of those players where you end up building around also, whether it be a wide receiver or an offensive lineman, edge rusher, whoever they go with. It could be as talented of a player as they could have gotten in the 1st round. It to me, like the top of the 2nd round, like basically picks 1 through 10. You might as well just call it the 1st round. It's just the 33rd pick of the 1st round or the 43rd pick of the 1st round, because those guys are all 1st rounders. They just didn't make the cut, so to speak.
But if you're the Bills and you're wide receiver needy, wouldn't you take Xavier Worthy off the board? Or do they see something in this guy that they're like, no, it's not going to work?
Well, maybe that's actually an interesting point. If they had intel that led them to believe that the receiver or the player, period, it doesn't have to be a receiver, even though they're receiver needy, obviously, but the player that they were targeting was not going to come off the board to the Chiefs, and they saw a way that they could improve. I didn't even see what the draft terms were or the trade terms were. What did they get?
I don't know. I didn't see it either.
Yeah.
I you know why? Because I'm still hung up on the fact they let it happen.
Because you get draft capital and you still get the player you want, because they may have had intel of what the last couple of picks were going to be of the 1st round. And so you don't have anything to worry about.
Yeah.
So
NFL insider Jordan Schultz said that he received a text right after the trade, right after the pick by the Chiefs. F me is all the text said. That AFC general manager was the texter, and they're not saying who.
Yeah.
But I would think the same thing.
Well,
I mean, I'm a Denver Bronco fan. I mean, in the AFC, I'm like, you got to be. Yeah. AFC West.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
You know what I'm picturing is like the Baltimore Ravens general manager, like just like,
oh yeah,
all right, well, I guess the Bills, we'll see. It's probably going to be a receiver. Let's see. And then all of a sudden, you hear that little like you're like, wait a second, wait. They're trading with who?
The Chiefs.
I'm sure this will be fine. Yeah. Maybe they'll just get an O lineman. No, they got the fastest 40 time at the combine lining up at receiver
ever.
Fastest time ever. and he's going to be catching passes from Patrick Mahomes.
Right. I also saw the story that A.J. Brown is now the highest paid wide receiver in NFL history after signing a 3-year, $96 million contract extension. And for whatever reason, I went, didn't I already know that? Like, I don't know why I felt like I've heard this before.
Yeah.
But it just happened.
Yeah.
Well, good on him, man.
Yeah. How about that?
3-year, $96 million.
That's a lot of cheese. Speaking of cheese, I haven't been eating a lot of it lately, and I'll tell you why, because I've righted my path.
Right?
I have righted a wrong. And that wrong was I was a big fat fatty.
Yeah, well, because it used to be like 100% cheese.
Yeah.
And now it's like 20% cheese.
Yeah. Now, like, I'll still enjoy myself a slice of pepper jack, but I'm not going to enjoy the entire package.
Right.
See, because
what was the cheese that Kevin AC liked?
Board
bed?
No. It's some sort of blue cheese.
Yeah,
it's
whatever
a Roquefort.
Yes,
a delicious Roquefort.
Cheese.
Which, by the way, if you eat an entire wedge, that could lead to some weight gain, which leads us seamlessly to this. SDFatLoss.com. If you're looking to lose those unwanted pounds and you've been trying for a while and you haven't found a way that works, SD Fat Loss is for you. That was our story too. And we were skeptics. We walked into this. They're like, you're going to lose 10 pounds in the first 10 days. And we're like, yeah, right.
Yeah.
You got it.
You don't know us.
Wayne and Chloe, if that are your real names. And turns out they're 100% right. In fact, within the first 4 days of actually executing the weight loss plan, we had all looked at each other. I'm like, are you down the 10 pounds? And we were. So we lost over 30 pounds as a show in the first week. We lost over 110 pounds within the first month. And right now we're up to nearly 120 pounds lost as a show. Okay.
Incredible.
I lost over 35. TD's lost over 30. Fletch has lost over 40 pounds. And it's all thanks to SDFatLoss.com. You're going to do it the natural way. You're not going to get prescription drugs. You're not going to be yo-yo dieting where you lose all the weight, you gain it back, because they put you on a great maintenance program. And if you go to SD Fat Loss right now and you mention you heard about it on Big Rich, TD, and Fletch, you are going to save $200 on your subscription. Why wait? Do it for yourself. Do it for your family. It's the best thing you can do. SDFatLoss.com. Big Rich, TD, and Fletch. It's a Bar Cart Friday, by the way, brought to you by Keg and Bottle, 10 locations around San Diego. New wine bar open in the La Jolla location. So if you're looking for expert wine picks from a sommelier, head over to La Jolla. You'll have a couple pours, and then you'll be able to walk away with a bottle of wine, maybe a favorite of yours from that evening. Okay, so we were talking about this. A lot of excitement around the Seals. They have their home opener playoff matchup. We have a 4-pack of tickets for that. And joining us right now, Caroline Curley. So Caroline, what do you do with the Seals first and foremost? Secondarily, is this too early for you? Are you a morning person?
Oh, no, I'm actually a morning person, so this is fantastic
Okay,
for me.
cool.
I've had enough coffee, I think, today that I can talk the San Diego Seals, which I talk a lot about now. But I'm the head of marketing for them, and we are into the playoffs. We're 2 seeds, so we play the Panther City Lacrosse Club tomorrow night. And it's a single elimination winner go home, which we lost in last year. So,
I love this so
I'm
much,
a little
by the way.
triggered by it. Still.
I get it. I get it.
Same.
Same to us. We were rooting. We're rooting for the Seals, obviously, but I think the urgency of the way they do playoffs in this league is it makes it exciting. It makes it dramatic. It makes all the moments matter. I grew up playing lacrosse. I love the physicality of the game.
Absolutely.
I love box lacrosse when it's in an arena because it's even more aggressive.
Yeah.
But it's fast.
Oh, super
It's
fast.
fast.
And
So
then
fast, yeah.
also, and correct me if I'm wrong because you've been watching this, in the playoffs, it gets cranked up a bunch of notches.
Oh, yeah. These guys are physical. It's crazy because people are like, oh, yeah, I think I've been to a lacrosse game. It's like nothing like this. I've never been to a box lacrosse game where you can fight. You can, there's
right.
music playing the entire time. Like you said, it's so fast paced. There's goals being scored all the time. It's similar to hockey, but like there's always goals being scored. So it's really fun.
Right. Yeah. And like we bring up music being played the whole time. The games that I've been to, it's like a party.
It is,
I mean, it's a party. And then playoff time, whew,
Oh,
yeah, crank up that party.
Yes.
But yeah, and not only music playing, you got cheerleaders that come out. I mean, it's nonstop action the whole time. It's a ton of fun.
Nonstop. You kind of blink and it's over, especially for us who are kind of like documenting the game or in the press box. We're like, oh my gosh, it's halftime. It's the end of the game. Our sirens, they're extremely talented. A lot of them are ex-NFL cheerleaders. They're incredible dancers. So that's really part of the experience.
Right. Have you brought in a live seal yet?
Good question.
Yeah.
Solid question.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you're looking, we do have connections. So if you
Exactly.
want any wildlife,
Right.
we're the people to talk to.
Trust me,
can't
it's been
promise you
talked about. It's been talked
I
about.
can't promise you it's going to be necessarily legal.
Yeah.
We acquire said wildlife.
We cross the line a little bit sometimes, so that's okay. But we've talked about dunk tanks. We've talked about live seals.
Okay.
Good.
We've talked about it all. But
What about Navy SEALs?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Oh, that's also been
Yeah.
a conversation. We
Sure.
have a great military support as well. We're big on our military appreciation nights. We've had 2 this year, actually. So
Right on.
that's been great. We're really trying to tap into that.
4-pack of tickets we're going to be giving away to Seals Lacrosse as they host their home playoff game this Saturday, the 27th. Tickets and info available at sealslax.com. But with a 4-pack of tickets, obviously, that means a family's going, right? And so you bring kids. What's the environment from a family perspective? Because I have a 8-year-old boy and a 5-year-old boy. So if me, the wife, and the kids are showing up, what should we expect?
Yeah, absolutely. It's fun. It's just like you guys said, it's the experience. There's we have Salty, our mascot, who's great for the kids. Everyone loves him. We've got, like I said,
That's such a
music
good
blaring the
name,
whole
by the way.
time.
Such a good name.
Yeah, the kids really
Salty
get
the
into it. You could be
seal.
banging on the glass. It's just a really fun time. So.
They literally they are when the players get close to the glass, it's like in hockey
Yep.
where literally the kid, the little there'll be like a 5-year-old glass banger just like you Panther City loser.
and then about 10 seconds later, somebody gets checked into that glass.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. Sometimes you have to be like, can you please don't bang on the glass too hard? We've had some of our ops guys having to fix the glass in the middle of the game. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. But it's so much fun. And the guys are right there. Like you said, you get the experience of seeing,
Awesome.
the physicality of it and the fast-paced goals being scored all the time.
Well,
so it's super fun.
And if anyone has ever picked up a lacrosse stick, it's not that easy.
No.
And they make it look easy out
They
there.
make it look so easy. The guys are so talented. They're some of the best in the world. We
Right.
have a lot of our guys that come from reservations where it is the creators game, they call it, and they're just incredible athletes.
I like that Caroline keeps looking over her shoulder as a array of whiskey is being set up.
I might need that after this. I might need that.
Yeah. By the way, Caroline, if you step in studio on a Friday, you do have to drink with us.
Yes,
so
right.
is it mandatory? Do we want to call it mandatory? I think it is.
Are you a whiskey girl?
I am. I love whiskey.
Okay. Yeah. Keg and bottle, 10 locations around San Diego. Tony Kanja is pouring courage and conviction. Here we go. Actually, no, she's not drinking alone, Tony. Whoa.
This is not what I was expecting this morning, but that's okay. It's okay.
Buckle up. It's about to get weird, Caroline.
Oh my gosh, I can already smell it. It smells so good.
Oh my God, we don't even know which one we're drinking.
Yeah,
that's fine. That is fine. We'll get into that later on with Hector Ramos.
Tony pouring himself one as well.
Oh gosh. All right, cheers everybody.
Yeah, cheers to the Seals.
Win, huh? Yeah. May they win this one and win them all.
Yes, we need it.
Again, if you want that 4-pack of tickets to see the San Diego Seals at home in their home opener playoff, you got to call in, not right now, call in at 7:57. Oh,
she's already down it.
Hang on.
What? Yours is down. Oh, here we go.
7:57, 877-767-4760. That is delicious whiskey.
So good.
Oh my God, we're going to learn a lot about that on the other side. But if you want that 4-pack of tickets, be caller number 5, 877-767-4760. You're going to see the Seals this Saturday. Caroline.
Go Seals.
Thank you so much.
By the way, is it sealssd.com? Is that the website?
Sealslax.com. LAX, yes.
Sealslax.com. That's where you go if you want to just buy tickets, you want more information. Get on out there and see them. Support the Seals, man. Let's fill up that place.
Absolutely. Get out there. Caroline, again, we appreciate it. Coming up next, we got a Bar Cart Friday brought to you by Keg and Bottle, and we're going to be sipping on whiskey. That's next.
This report brought to you by Clark Pest Control. The Padres lost a heartbreaker yesterday to the Rockies. They were up 9-4. Then they gave up 6 runs in the 8th inning. Rockies take that one 10-9. Padres back down to an even 14-14 record. Jackson Merrill scratched from the lineup just before the game, listed as day-to-day with a groin injury, sore groin, tightness in the groin. All of those things. A lot of groin there. Manny's still on maternity leave. Supposed to be back today. Padres play again today. Phillies in town, 6:40 first pitch. We, San Diego Sports 760, going to be live from the Blind Burrow starting at noon today. If you'd like to go down, hang out, watch the game with us, hang out with us. NFL Draft Day 1 in the books. Caleb Williams, pick number 1. He's a Chicago Bear, as expected in the NBA. The Lakers get beat by the Nuggets. They're down 0-3 now in the series. They lose yesterday 112-105. You can listen to tomorrow's coverage of Game 4 with the Lakers live right here on San Diego Sports 760, 530 tip. Clark Pest Control is California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, mosquitoes, termites, and much more, call Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Dial 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU or visit clarkpest.com. That's clarkpest.com.
Happy Friday to those who celebrate. Happy Bar Car Friday to you all. Big Rich, TD, and Fletch with you, San Diego Sports 760. And we are already off to the races thanks to Hector Ramos.
That's right.
Who saved us in a pinch. So we had a situation, right? We were expecting something else to happen during that San Diego Seals interview. Instead, Caroline Curley, who's the marketing manager over there with the San Diego Seals, had to hop on the mic, and she was awesome. And so we're like, Caroline, Courage and Conviction whiskey is already set up. I think it's mandatory you take a shot with us. And before the rest of us could even lift our glass, it was done. That was incredible.
Golly. He was a trooper for sure.
By the way,
very,
Hector,
very impressive.
the juice is good. Tony Conja joining us on the microphone as well. Keg and Bottle owner operator. How's the wine bar going in La Jolla?
Doing well.
Awesome.
Touch base with Bryce every day. Says it's stepping up, but we need your help. So everyone show up and go see him. And yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, man. Stop by. It's a ton of fun. Rich and I were talking about this earlier, Tony, that we did a couple of these wine tastings in various places. And it's a neat experience. I mean, you learn a lot, and then we leave there thinking, we're wine people now.
I love the way you pronounce it. Pinot Noir.
Yeah. I believe it's called a Peanut Noir later. Look, the point is, it's great.
I got family in Arkansas, and they'll take Dr. Pepper, like a bottle of Dr. Pepper.
Jesus, here we go.
They crack it open, they take a couple swallows, and then they fill it to the top with peanuts. It's actually really good.
What does that do to the Dr. Pepper? Why does that work?
I don't know. It's salty peanut Dr. Pepper.
All right, I'll give you actually
do that now.
a weight gaining technique for anybody out there who's looking to put the pounds back on. I remember in high school, I was trying to gain weight for football. Root beer and heavy cream.
Well, oh my god,
tastes like a root beer float.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't make the rules. I just follow them. Okay, Hector Ramos.
You'll put the pounds on quick.
I want to talk to you about this whiskey. So we all downed a shot just moments ago when Caroline was in here. I have no idea what we drank, but I do know this. I know it was delicious.
Oh man, thank you guys.
So what the hell did we drink?
For sure. So what we have today is Courage and Conviction. My name's Hector, and I'm from Virginia Distillery Company. We're actually small and
like
family owned. I know. Should we drop the lights and then start that rail?
Yeah.
But yeah, everything we do here is literally taking some of the best raw ingredient we can and using old world tradition with new world know-how. So we're really bridging that gap between old world single malt from around the world.
Yeah.
Because when you think of whiskey, that all started in Ireland by Irish monks, right? And then those monks went over to Scotland and taught the Scottish how to build and distill and create this beautiful single malt whiskey that the world knows as the top of the top when it comes to the cream of the crop of or of single malt around the world. For us, we've always, as a family, the VDC family that I'm part of, that Moore family who founded us always loved single malt.
Yeah.
So they immigrated from Ireland to Virginia, built out 100 acres worth of distillery, and started crafting this.
So these are people who originally obviously grew up in the whiskey culture, but overseas, and wanted to bring some of what we understand to be, Scotch, right? I mean, like when you talk single malt whiskey, typically people think of, well, is it Highland or Lowland?
Yeah,
I mean, like what
I'm drinking smoky, peaty, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
Like, but so that tradition hasn't really taken hold in the United States until very recently. And these are examples of single malt American whiskeys now.
Exactly. So when you look at it, we're American, right? All this grain, this is 2-row malted barley grown in the Midwest. And I actually poured y'all a little sample. So fair warning, if you don't chew on this correctly, it might shoot down.
Oh,
so
just
make sure to.
Are we actually gonna like? So we're
yeah.
gonna
Look,
chew on the barley.
Yeah. So chew on it and make sure you incorporate your liquid, your saliva, all with it.
It's actually not bad.
See, you're getting some ASMR action this morning too.
Yeah. Look, it's
man,
it's a little sweet.
Okay, sweet.
Okay.
Start assigning flavors to that. Like think to the childhood. I'm not trying to lead you, but there's definitely something I'm pulling for right now.
Think to your childhood.
Oh, oatmeal.
Just the oats. Yeah.
Oats.
Yeah.
Think oats. To me, we were talking about adding pounds. I've got to lose some pounds, but Cheerios.
We need to talk to you about sdfatloss.com.
Love the plug. Let's go. It's like I've listened to you guys before, right?
By the way, if you mention Big Rich CD Flex, you can save $200 on a subscription, Hector.
Whammy!
Wow. Well, but yeah.
Cheerios.
Yeah.
Cheerios.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, totally that.
So on the back end of this, there's a faint coffee note that comes through. So that is our raw ingredient. That's what we're starting off with. From there, we're actually going to make a distiller's beer that we then distill 2 times in hand-hammered copper pot stills that we imported from Scotland.
Now,
awesome.
The barley itself, you just gave us in there, I mean, like little seeds, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you go to distill it, though, you have to grind it all up. Okay, so it becomes a powder.
Yeah. Okay. I love that you bring that up. So not only do you have to get that husk off, but it has to be very, very mashed up. So that way, when we add water, it's touching a lot of that grain.
Oh, yeah.
And then now we're pulling those flavors and all of those sugars through.
It's water. You got to add some sugar itself to it.
So the sugar's coming from that.
Oh, so you don't add any, it's just like yeast and water,
Yep.
and then wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then so when we grind that up, this is like diving in a little too deep, but we've got literally one of about 3 to 5 of these mills. Those are the things that roll to grind up these grains from Scotland. And that company was so efficient. It's called a bobby mill. It's so efficient that they went out of business because once they sold them, people never had to buy them again.
Oh,
Wow.
gotcha. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we've got
there was no planned obsolescence. Like they didn't put intentional wear parts into the manufacturing.
I don't think
didn't-
that was in the that wasn't in the lexicon just yet.
No,
but,
no, they didn't want to update the operating system every year until it doesn't work anymore.
Or drain your battery
Right.
until it doesn't work anymore. Hey, this is fascinating to get into, like the making of. But I gotta be honest with you, I like tasting the whiskey.
Yeah, no, please. I was like looking for the eye contact and cues. I was like, can we drink?
I want
All right.
to drink it.
So cheers, y'all.
What is this one?
Yeah, so this is our flagship. This is Courage and Conviction American Single Malt. This right here is truly what we want everyone to associate when they taste Virginia Distillery Company whiskey.
Oh my
gosh, so good.
Yeah.
What's the proof on that?
So I'm a big like you tell me type of thing. So
I'm gonna
let's
say-
guess Price is Right rules.
So this feels like it's this. It almost feels like it's about an 80, but I bet you it's pushing 95.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So 80 is about the standard, right?
Okay.
So when you say 95, that's ranging higher, and then now I'm starting to think, oh, you're getting like that full bodiness.
That's what I'm feeling. Yeah.
So 92. Let's just
Okay.
cut that right in the
All
middle.
right.
Yeah. Wow. 92 proof. It doesn't.
Yep.
You know what? The warmth now. It's interesting. It wasn't harsh.
No.
Good.
So like but now that you mention it, like the the higher proof ones, I always feel the warmth in my chest when it's starting to settle. Yeah, it's fun.
You know, it's cool if it warms you down. I don't like it if it like burns you in the back of the throat.
Right. No. It's not that at all. But you do get a little warmth on the back end.
I'm gonna say, Trav, I'm really impressed with you noting and being able to tell that was a little higher.
I've tasted a few now, Tony.
Yeah.
Thanks to you.
This Bar Cart Friday. It's
he's like experience. I'm telling you, this last year has been amazing for him.
Sometimes you taste whiskey and you get the burn. You're like, wow, that's a high proof. Sometimes you taste it and you go, it went down like it's a lower proof, but it is actually higher.
Yeah. This is that. It definitely doesn't punch you in the face like it's overproof, but it's very smooth and gives you that lingering in the back of the.
I love this so much.
So the cool thing with this is when you actually taste through it, for me, it's going to start very sweet. So you're going to have a lot of stone fruit. So think peaches and apricot, but then it spikes with some cinnamon and baking spice.
Yeah.
And when it opens up on the back end, the main reason why I wanted you to taste that malted barley was so that you can actually see that malt character on the back end. That coffee creeps through with a little bit of cocoa powder too.
See, that's interesting because there are, I noticed like I not less coffee, but more of chocolate. Like you just mentioned the cocoa notes on the back. Hey, we're gonna try the Courage and Conviction bourbon in just a second, but I want to get to our top shelf story of the day. Hey, Hector, did you watch any of the NFL draft yesterday?
No, but I heard all of the woes that we were talking about. In terms of, man, I think it's so hard nowadays. Like if I were in college, if I were not as heavy as I was, but all of this build was muscle going into the draft, like it's so much pressure, and not just pressure to perform, but also like figuring out how to place yourself in the best way possible for that draft.
No, it's a terrifying experience, nerve-wracking for a lot of these guys. But like it essentially, or I should say for the most part, it's the most rewarding moment of your life. Like I went through it and I had zero expectations. I thought I was going to be an undrafted free agent, and I ended up getting taken in the first round, or the fourth round rather. First round,
another shot.
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. This
felt like the first round.
This story is going to get better with every single whiskey.
Yeah, they got a bargain in the first round.
They really did. They really, really did. I told them, don't pay me now. Wait till you see how good I am. And then they didn't end up paying me. It was it was
the same thing with radio.
Weird. It was truly. It was one of the best days of my life, as it turned out. But I remember the story that I'll never forget from draft day. I didn't know about it on my draft day. I found out about it afterward. Brian Hoyer. So he's a good buddy of mine, played with me with the New England Patriots. He's still bouncing around the league as a backup quarterback. He had the cameras show up to his house all the days of the draft.
Oh, no.
And he didn't get drafted.
No.
And so he's like a close buddy of mine. And we played our final game in college against each other. He went to Michigan State. I went to Penn State. And it was one of those situations where he was told by a lot of analysts, like, no, you're going to be up there in the early rounds. And the cameras kept cutting to Hoyer on the second day of the draft. And they're like, any minute now, he's going to get the call. And he said it was the worst day of his life. So,
you know what? The days of the camera crew rolling out have changed. Now they just have a camera like we have in here.
Yeah. They just stream live. Yeah. It's so different. Everything's different now. But yeah, there was an actual crew. They had boom mics. They had people operating in a truck outside of for the live feed. He was like, all these people, he's like, we kept asking him, like, do you guys want like coffee or you want some pastries? They're like, they're like the one guy is like crushing potato chips because he's a nervous eater and he's not even a part of the Hoyer clan. They're all like encouraging him, like, no, it's cool, man. Like any second now, we're sure. Oh gosh, but those are the stories that you don't often get to hear, but they're happening at the same time. Dude, so congrats to all the draft picks. Quick recap. Joe Alt goes 5th overall to the Chargers. If you're interested, the Rams took a defensive end out of Florida State. Jared Verse, really talented player. The Raiders got the best tight end on the board. Brock Bowers is going to be in Las Vegas. The top 6 quarterbacks who are on every website all went within the first 12 picks, culminating with Bo Nix going to the Denver Broncos. And we haven't really dove into that just yet, but TD, you're a Broncos fan.
I actually really like Bo Nix. I think it's a good fit. The problem I have is it'd be really nice if Bo Nix could marinate for about a year, which...
Wait, hang on. So that means, are you cheerleading the fact that Zach Wilson is going to be the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos this year?
No. I was going to say it'd be really nice if he could. He absolutely cannot. Yeah. So, no. I mean, I am excited for Zach Wilson's mom, Lisa, to be out at the games. But other than that, my God, it's going to be a nightmare.
Oh, Lord. Tony, were you excited? Because I know you follow the Chargers at least. Were you excited that they took a tackle? Because a lot of fans were like, what are we doing?
I'm just glad they didn't take another quarterback. Like, all those quarterbacks went so quickly.
Yeah. Well, there was rumor that Justin Herbert might be getting traded.
Well, so that's interesting. Yeah. They a couple of teams were specifically called the Chargers to ask about a potential trade of Herbert, and Jim Harbaugh and their general manager unequivocally were like, no, not for sale.
So I could see the reason why that rumor was out there, because after the seasons we've had, he's such a good talent and he wasn't able to really cultivate that for us. But I think that's going to be really good having another tackle. I think we need someone else to be able to, like, a couple of weapons for him.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they'll trade out and see what happens.
Rich, did you happen to see when the Packers took an offensive tackle and they zoomed in on the the fan who was so excited to see what the player was going to be?
No.
And so the Packers are getting ready.
Hold it up on your microphone. So,
let me see. Yeah,
if you have any volume.
Yeah. Look at the devastation. Look at devastation.
There it is. A Packers fan wearing a cheese head, and his glass is actually fogged when they selected a tackle.
What's great is there's a Lions fan right next to him and just starts pointing and laughing. And I mean, the poor guy's face of just devastation. Apparently didn't want to see a tackle taken in the first round.
See, this is the thing. It always feels like a reach when a team takes an offensive lineman, and I get it, but it's a smart choice. All right, listen, back to the whiskey.
Yeah, exactly.
Get down to the business.
Important here.
Yeah, we got to get down to the business of
getting
down to business.
By the way, so every week the bottles come in here, and I look at them, and I think, God, they're beautiful.
Nice.
And here we go again with maybe the front runner of the most beautiful bottles that have rolled in on a Bar Cart Friday, brought to you by Keg and Bottle, 10 locations all throughout San Diego County.
Yeah, this is the Courage and Convictions American Single Malt Whiskey. It says bourbon on here, though.
Yeah.
So this is a single malt bourbon?
So check this out. First, let's talk about this packaging. All of that is hand packaged by our amazing production crew. And when I first started with our distillery, I actually got to go straight to the distillery. If you're ever out in Virginia, fly into Charlottesville, about 35 minutes west. You're in Livingston, and we'd love to welcome y'all with open arms onto our family acres.
Wow.
But
yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
The
You got
answer is
my
yes.
info. Take me up on it. But long story short, I got to help put labels and put that foil on, put the cork on, go through quality inspection. And the hardest part for me, honestly, was getting it into the tin at the end of the day, because they're coming so fast.
Oh, right.
And
right.
I'm like, guys, I just help build your brand, man. Don't let me mess up the product itself.
When you say put the foil on, you talking about like this little medallion right here?
So I meant the actual top.
Oh,
so that's like a
top.
cylinder. It goes on and then it melts through. But that medallion, go ahead and pop that off.
Pop off the medallion?
Pop off the medallion.
How do you pop? Oh my gosh.
That are you guys golfers?
Oh my God.
No
yeah.
way.
This is a ball marker.
That's your ball marker. That's your next ball marker. Take it, please.
Dude, that is amazing.
That is awesome.
But yeah, every bottle comes with a little bit of our family as a keepsake to y'all. And just to tie that back to the history of our distillery, I said we were family owned. This is all actually being poured to build and continue the legacy of our late founder, Dr. George Moore. He passed away unexpectedly 15 months of a heart attack while building out our distillery, while we were breaking ground.
Sorry.
No. Wow. Yeah.
I was sad to hear about the founder. As I dropped the ball marker.
Yeah, is he playing with the ball marker?
Yeah, he was like, stop playing and listen to the story.
No. Listen, that is terrible. But we got a ball marker. God,
yeah, no. And just to tie it all back together, the reason I bring that up is his wife, Angela, their son, Gareth, still to this day lead our company. And they wanted to make sure that what we do today is building on what he always wanted.
That's cool.
To bring American single malt to the front.
Awesome.
Let's get this.
Dive into this, please.
Okay.
So this is our bourbon cask. When we say
wow.
bourbon cask, everything you have here moving forward, so from our flagship to this bourbon cask to the next two that we're having, are actually dissections of the first whiskey we had.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
50% of what you're having now goes into the first bottle we just poured.
Oh
So
man, that's good.
this right here, if you've ever
That's
heard
good.
of Brown Foreman, these are going to be big bourbon distilleries. We take their New American oak barrels once they've been used at those distilleries, because bourbon can only use barrels one time.
Mm-hmm.
So we take them, we throw our new make whiskey into it. 6.5 years later, this comes out, and we're not trying to pull color, we're not trying to pull flavor and turn this into a bourbon, but we are getting like those delicate kisses and notes of butterscotch, toffee, vanilla coming through.
It's funny you say butterscotch, because I was going to say the color on it is a bit of a butterscotch color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate it.
Yeah,
I'll
no.
tell you right now. In fact, I
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we were talking about Dr. Pepper and peanuts.
Mhm.
One, I'm going to try that and see if I can turn it into a cocktail.
You're welcome.
I've got zero cocktail experience, by the
Okay.
way. So
All right.
good luck with the cocktails we're pouring today. But
we'll be fine.
I was going to say, so take that Dr. Pepper, right? Shake it up, make it flat. Those cola spices are what I get on the back end of it.
Interesting.
Oh.
Mhm.
See,
Same. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 2 cola spices. Hector, this is good stuff.
You know
Appreciate
what, though?
you.
You're not wrong here, Hector. It does kind of have
Hey,
that.
please, if I am wrong, tell me I'm wrong,
Yeah.
and I'll try to figure out a way to make it right.
Well, customer service here unparalleled.
Actually, I would like you to make it right by bringing in some Dr. Pepper and peanuts. No.
Well,
Yeah. Well, it's so funny. Who would have the other bag?
And Tony, like, if out in La Jolla, if at the wine bar, if you want me to do a pairing of Dr. Pepper and peanuts out there,
Yeah.
yeah.
Need to have you out there do that.
Yeah. Bryce
that
de
to the food
Sommelier
menu.
will literally kick you out on your head. It's like, what happened to TDs in a neck brace? You trying to bring peanuts and Dr. Pepper to Keg and Bottle in La Jolla. That's what happened to him.
Man, oh man.
People start asking for that.
Yeah. Oh my
You're in
God.
trouble.
Yeah.
So both of these guys, let me talk a little price because
man.
because we have a lot of them, so we might get lost at the end. But the first one we tried was only $69 today for everybody.
No way.
That's the American
Mhm.
single malt sweet.
Yep, and the bourbon cask one we just tried is only $79.
Jeez.
So
Just mention the show.
just mention the show.
All right, Big Rich,
on.
TD, and Fletch. Head down to any of the 10 locations
Yep.
around San Diego. Keg and Bottle is where you're going to find courage and conviction. Tell you what, I watched something that took conviction. I watched something that was courageous recently.
Wow.
You want to know what it was?
What was it?
Travis Dale TD's weight loss.
Thank you.
This
Thank you.
guy,
You know,
you want to talk about conviction?
listen. We'll talk about courage. Look, you know what? Actually, I've done a number of weight loss plans, a number of diets where I did need a little courage going into them because I felt like it just doesn't work for me. I've done the fad diets where it's tough, man. You count points or you count calories or you eat something you don't want to eat or try to make some shake you don't like, whatever it is. And then you just don't feel good about it. And then you just don't lose the weight that you think you were supposed to lose. And it wasn't that way with SD Fat Loss. They walked me through the whole thing. Wayne, Chloe over there, the coaches, the staff, literally held my hand and said, look, this is how you're going to do it. They sat down with me. They put together a weight loss plan. And it worked. And not only did it work, but it worked fast. They told me 20 to 30 pounds in 8 weeks' time. I was down 28 pounds in 4 weeks' time. I mean, it's unbelievable. It seems like it's fake, but it's actually the real deal. And I want it to work for you. Look, you're going to feel better. Summer's coming up, so you're going to look better. You're going to feel better when you put that swimsuit on. The aches and pains go away because you drop those unwanted pounds. You sleep better at night, which is one of the things that have been the most beneficial for me because I was always tossing and turning. I just didn't feel good. And then after I dropped 31 pounds in 8 weeks, I feel a whole lot better. I want you to do the same thing. So go there right now, sdfatloss.com. You're going to schedule your free consultation. Mention the show here. Mention Big Rich, TD, and Fletch, and then you're going to save yourself $200. You got nothing to lose except unwanted pounds. sdfatloss.com. This report brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment. The Padres losing to the Rockies yesterday. They were up 9-4 until the 8th. They give up 6. They then lose 10-9. Back to a 500, 14-14 record. Just before the game, Jackson Merrill scratched from the lineup due to tightness in his groin. He's listed as day-to-day. Manny on maternity leave. Hopefully back today. We're crossing our fingers. Padres play again today. Phillies in town, 6:40 first pitch. We're going to be down at the Blind Burrow. San Diego Sports 760 going to be down at the Blind Burrow from noon until 6. If you want to stop by, hang out, watch the game there, it's going to be a good time. NFL Draft Round 1 last night. Caleb Williams went number 1. He's a Chicago Bear now. Jaden Daniels, a Commander. Drake May, a Patriot. Atlanta Falcons. Head scratcher here in the for the 8th pick. They pick up Michael Penix Jr., Washington quarterback. Not exactly sure why. No big deal, though. In the NBA, the Lakers, they get beat by the Nuggets last night, 112-105. Tomorrow's coverage of Game 4 can be heard live right here on San Diego Sports 760, 5:30 tip. It's Car Care Month, and Summit Racing has what you need for bumper to bumper. Revive the interior, exterior, underhood, and more. Shop summitracing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends 5/5/24. Yeah, we are pouring some drinks here with Courage and Conviction Whiskey, having a good time on a Bar Card Friday, brought to you by Keg and Bottle, 10 locations all throughout San Diego County, and we still have Luke Bryan tickets to give away here.
Love that.
It's going to be at the North Island Credit Union Amphitheater, August 8th. Tickets and info at Ticketmaster.com, or just keep it locked in here on a Bar Card Friday if you'd like to win them.
Yeah, so Luke Bryan tickets coming up. What I want to get into is the cocktail making. So Hector Ramos, he told us prior to mixing up a cocktail, don't have high expectations.
What's up with that?
So Hector, I don't want. This is a beautiful cocktail, at least the way it looks.
Exactly.
Now we have no idea how it's going to taste.
Here's the other thing, Hector. You came in here with a bottle pre-made, which I like that, because I'm always like, if I'm having people over, if I can make like a large batch of whatever, like the signature drink I'm pouring. So what are we drinking here?
Yeah, so right here, this is something that I call the Ruby Old Fashioned. So it's actually going to be our whiskey with a little bit of, instead of that simple syrup, it's going to be honey syrup to add that sweetness. And then for the bitters, I'm actually using orange bitters.
This is delicious. I've already drank it.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Not the whole thing.
I got a bottle and a half pre-batch ready for y'all. So
dude, this is honestly amazing. Amazing. So now instead of a simple syrup, you use a honey syrup.
Honey syrup.
Now, how did you make the honey syrup?
I'm literally using I don't remember the name of the brand, but the label says SoCal Honey.
Okay. All right.
So we're using honey, and we're doing 2 parts of that to 1 part hot water.
So, okay.
And then you're mixing it.
2 parts honey, 1 part water.
Yep.
You make yourself your little honey syrup. You know, go buy like, I don't know, Joanne Fabrics or Michael's or something. Get a bottle, right?
For sure.
And then make yourself the honey syrup and just have it on hand. Yeah, that's this is the way to go.
This is a good idea. I didn't Joanne Fabrics.
Dude,
did you just give Joanne Fabrics a shout out?
Listen, I think they're going out of business, but I have a long time. Yeah, Mama Dale does a lot of fabric.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. And if she ever wants to make me a decorative throw, I'm in.
You realize now that you've said that, there's going to be a decorative throw being manufactured literally instantaneously.
Yeah, can you imagine? I love her so much. Yeah, I told this story before on air, but one time it was for the Holiday Bowl, as a matter of fact. So we had these flag bearers who were going to come down and wave the American flag. It's one of the biggest in the country during the opening presentations of the Holiday Bowl. And Mama Dale signed up.
Yes.
So she was here in San Diego, and she was loitering around the iHeart parking lot waiting for Travis to finish up work.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you get your ass in this car. And so I took Mama and Dale down to Petco Park.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I felt terrible about that, by the way, because she was texting me and I'm like, just hang on. And then about 5 minutes later, she's like, never mind.
Selfie video with me. We're hanging out.
Yeah.
We got a crowd now. Kim and EB and Dave Sando. They just walked in. We're going to be pouring them some whiskey in a second.
EB, fourth voice of the show, and also handles accounts only over, is it 6.2?
No, it's $8.3 billion
My
now
God.
with iHeart.
My God.
We're getting-
Yeah,
Yeah, so
EB,
things
you can
have
jump
been
right over here. We got a space for you,
hang
right
on.
over here.
Hang on.
Yeah, grab the headphones. It's all happening. It's all happening. Yeah, on a Bar Card Friday with Courage and Conviction whiskey in. And what was the name of this again? A Ruby Old Fashioned?
Yeah, so that's our Ruby Old Fashioned.
Like that a lot.
It's delicious.
Like it a lot.
That's
Nice.
delicious.
Oh, Kim, he's
yeah.
got some batched cocktails that he can make you one if you're interested.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Kim's always nervous about the
No,
whiskey.
you can-
Stop
take a sip
being
of
that
mine.
way.
Do you want to?
What-
Yeah, just
yeah.
give it a sip.
Come
Maybe
on.
you like it, maybe you
Come on.
won't.
You know, first thing you need to do is pour out that Starbucks. Yeah.
Wasting your
What?
time
Come on.
with that.
Come on. And what? Yeah.
nodding.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Mhm.
That was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
EB, you also not a huge whiskey fan, even though you have family from Kentucky.
My husband is from Louisville, so I should like it.
Yeah.
He would love it if I would share.
Instead,
Do you
he's only into baseball bats.
And
Do you want to hit?
What?
let me try.
Take
Wow,
a hit.
He's passing it around. Man,
How
oh
many germs
man.
are on here?
Yeah. Don't worry.
Does it matter?
Yeah, don't worry.
Only-
All I have is influenza A and C.
Oh, that's pretty tasty.
Right?
Okay.
There we go, Hector. Now we're
Was
gonna
it the
have to pour up
cocktail or the meat for? I didn't
No,
see.
no,
the
it was cocktail. We want to ease people into this. I
Right.
mean, we're not going to just be like, "Hey, try this Cuvée cast conviction and or courage and conviction."
Have we tasted this one neat yet?
No, but I'd
Yeah,
love
no.
to.
Let's
Okay.
do it.
So, okay. So dive into this cuvee cask. Cuvee means to blend. So this is actually ex-European red wine barrels. On the nose, that's going to be a lot of dark fruit to me. So if you think like blackberries, a little bit of that back end, it's almost
Some
like
currant?
some currant, some
Mhm.
cassis, and
These
then
are all words I've never heard of.
The only one you
It
did
sounds so fancy, though,
after
right?
BlackBerry lost me.
Yeah, I was like, so current and deceased.
Yeah. Which those are antonyms.
Oh,
We
man.
learned that word.
Right, yeah.
They're opposites.
Right.
so. But go ahead and drink it. Let's throw the words out of the vocabulary.
Take a look. It's in a book.
Oh,
Reading
dude.
rainbows.
What the
So-
heck?
The cool thing about this is since it's using ex-European red wine barrels, it
Oh,
right now
wow.
is starting to dry up your mouth a little bit. Those tannins are coming into effect.
Mhm.
So what that's actually going to do is going to bring back that coffee on the back end with some red fruit. So without throwing big words out there, let's say like strawberry and cherry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what?
Wait,
But-
anything that's Tootsie Pop flavored, that's where my knowledge of flavor ends. This is no, to be perfectly honest with you, whatever the process in making this, that might be my favorite so far.
Yeah, it's perfection.
That is absolute. And also,
Appreciate that.
I'm starting to get a little toasty.
It's
so-
starting to work.
Yeah.
Let me see the price of that one is Tony Kanja from Keg and Bottle 10 locations all throughout San Diego County. $79.99.
Ooh,
$79.99. Does that sound right?
sounds right.
That
to
is
me.
correct.
Okay,
and that's
okay.
the
Now.
reduced price. Regular price on that's 99. So we
Oh,
have
wow.
that down $20 for you guys today.
Just mention the
So
show.
Mention the show. It's available at all the locations, and you can actually order this online and get it shipped to you if you're not listening here in town.
Dude.
If you are here in town, we also can deliver through Amazon.com and through Instacart.
Look
So
at that.
Right
Tell you what,
to
and I-
your door.
I'm not ashamed to mention that I've done that before through Keg and Bottle on Amazon. At our house,
I sent
yeah,
items through keggandbottle.com to you in Texas.
Yep.
he actually did that. Yeah.
I saw that order come through, and they're like, "Is this right? I thought
Okay.
it was a San Diego."
So you want to hear how bad this was? So I go to Dallas. This is about 3 weeks ago, and we're still doing a Bar Cart Friday from Dallas. And all of a sudden, the friends, they were former neighbors in San Diego. They moved to Dallas the first time we were visiting them. They're like, yeah. So are you planning on doing like Bar Cart Friday? And I kid you not, in the middle of the discussion, bing bong. It was their UPS driver showed up and he was like, Rich? Is there a Rich here? I'm like, yeah. He's like, you got to sign for this. I'm like, no problem. And so our friends are like, hey, so like, A, why did you answer our door? And B,
Yes.
like, was that for you? I'm like, yeah, I was expecting a package.
Right.
I knew it was for me. I opened it up on the countertop. I implied with just booze and mixers and chasers. I was like, yeah, Travis ordered these for me. It's a long story.
I have an issue. The Courage and Conviction bottles, they all have do we call it a medallion? Is that what you call it?
Yeah, a medallion.
Okay.
It's our logo. If you look at that V, it's broken up in the middle, and that's like a little bit of symbolism showing us bridging the gap between old world and new.
There's a lot of thought into this.
You get
I was
really
just thinking, so the medallion pops off. It's magnetic. It becomes a ball marker. And I feel like this is the adult version of when you were a kid and there was something in the cereal box.
Yeah. This is actually
100%.
So listen, you spend, for the sherry cask, what's the price on the sherry cask?
$80.
$80. Okay, so you spend the $80. You get a toy.
Yeah.
You get a toy in the box, which I'll be honest with you. Unfortunately, during Hector Ramos's really beautiful eulogy for the former founder of Virginia Distillery?
Yeah, Virginia Distillery Company.
He's talking about and the founder's name again.
Dr. George Moore. So the Moore family is our ownership. We're led by his wife Angela, their son Gareth, and everything we do is in Virginia.
He's giving this beautiful, like, thoughtful, like, look, Dr. Moore, he meant so much to this company, and I'm sitting here like, look at it, it comes off the bottle. So my apologies to the Moore family.
You guys are watching at home.
Yeah.
Hector is not a rookie.
No,
you can't shake a shaker.
Yeah,
like
okay. If you really want to know what happened, I just noticed that. So I live up in Escondido.
Go ahead.
I left the remaining 4 bottles that I was gonna leave back with y'all of the batch cocktails. So I just took what I have here, and I'm like, how do I get as close to it as I can?
Oh, wow.
So we're about to find out together, y'all.
Wait,
boy.
bring 6 bottles of batch cocktail. He's heard about it.
Yeah. We've got
I warned him.
really good name around these parts.
Hector from Courage and Conviction Whiskey on a Bar Card Friday, brought to you by Keg and Bottle. Hector been on his feet the whole time.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I need to talk to Hector about those feet. Got to get him in touch with my friends over at the Good Feet store because, listen, if he's struggling with any foot, ankle, knee, hip, back pain, like I was finishing up my football career, I can help him out. And I'll tell you how. Arch Supports from the Good Feet store. You go in, it's a try before you buy experience. It's a free test fitting. You walk around the store, you see if it's for you. There's no pressure, no hassle, no nothing. These people know what they're doing, though. I walked out a skeptic, and I'm now a believer. So the first week, I was like, I wonder if there's going to be any changes to how I feel on a daily basis. Turns out I feel great after a week. I feel amazing after a month. The knee pain and the hip pain disappeared. Those were some of the chief complaints. I was actually scheduled for an MRI on my hip. I canceled it because the Good Feet store Arch Supports helped me so much. The lower back pain, listen, it's going to be there in some part for the rest of my life, but I have so many good days now. I can't describe to you how relieving that is. And for anybody who struggled with lower back pain, you know what I'm talking about. You need to get to your nearest Good Feet store today. If you haven't booked an appointment yet, check them out at goodfeet.com. That's goodfeet.com. We finish up a Bar Car Friday coming up next. Keg and Bottle, 10 locations around San Diego. Welcome back, Big Rich, TD, and Fletch, San Diego Sports 760 on a Bar Card Friday, brought to you by Keg and Bottle. By the way, we were talking about this before. You could get, if you're listening from anywhere, you could get Keg and Bottle shipped to your house. So if you're interested in this delicious Courage and Conviction whiskey we're trying, American single malt, you could get it wherever you are in the United States. Do not let this radio show distract from side conversation. I've always said that. Yeah. You guys can continue on doing whatever you're doing. It's a party in this studio right now. People have roared in here. I love it. So Hector, buddy, so far we've enjoyed 3 different samplings from you. We're moving on to the
sherry cask.
The sherry cask.
So the cool thing about this sherry cask, I mean, let's face it, y'all are, even though we say the vocabulary might not be associating with all these big words and what we're tasting, right? But your palates, I trust so much because of the partnership y'all have with Keg and Bottle and these Bar Cart Fridays.
Woo-woo.
You've definitely tasted and elevated your palates.
This is awesome.
This right here is different. This is gonna hit you on the side and come at you with a curve because it's using 3 different types of sherry barrels. So at first it's funky and floral, then it's going to get a little nutty in the middle, and then on the back end it gets sweet but not overly sweet.
By the way, you just wrote my Twitter bio.
Yeah. All right. Hey, man.
Totally
Thank
nutty.
you for that, Hector.
I don't need royalties. We're good.
A little nutty in the middle. And I finished strong always.
He's gonna come at you at the front, but hit you on the side.
Thank you.
So to me, this sherry cask is literally liquid trail mix. You take an M&M, you take a cashew, you take a golden raisin, toss it in your mouth, and take a shot of Courage and Conviction, chew it all up, and that's what you get.
Wow.
That's
We
delicious.
have trail mix in the kitchen.
Hey,
And I was expecting this to be more money, but it's not. Also $79.99.
Oh my gosh.
You got to be kidding
Get to
me.
Keg and Bottle, any of the 10 locations around San Diego. Go to kegandbottle.com. This sherry cask is real stuff. All right, we got to move on quickly.
So this double cask reserve. So before we pour the double cask reserve, everything you just had from the bourbon cask, the cuvee cask, the sherry cask, these are not finishes, meaning we're not starting at 1 barrel and then entering into these barrels. These are full primary maturation, 6.5 years in these bourbon casks, in these cuvee casks, in these sherry casks. This double cask reserve, 96 proof, takes 2 of our barrels. We're using 55% of this bourbon cask that we had a second pour. We're using 45% of this cuvee cask, those ex-European red wine barrels. We're mingling them together, bottling at 96 proof. And what you get on me is toasted marshmallows on the front. It's almost like a campfire. Like head down to Mission Beach, find a bonfire pit, smoke those up, and then this is what comes
right now.
It's perfect.
Hector Ramos, I'm camping this weekend. This might be on the trip. Actually, it is. I'm taking this bottle. Sorry.
Yeah, take it. No. Take the 10
too. No. This is coming with this double cask reserve is absolutely delicious.
And check this out. When you go camping, if you get some nice ice, these really nice ice cubes from Keg and Bottle, take that top off, feel that weight. This is actually an ice stamp. So a little bit of copper's on here, and now you're branding your ice cubes like you're drinking at the bistro.
Hey guys, the price just went up $10. You get a ball marker and an ice stamp.
No way. 80 bucks at Keg and Bottle, 10 locations all throughout San Diego County, or order it at Keg and Bottle or kegandbottle.com. EB, you bring up a great point. Pick one of these up for your dad for Father's Day.
Father's Day coming up.
What a great packaging. What a great bottle of whiskey to grab. A huge thank Hector Ramos, Courage and Conviction
Thank
Whiskey,
you so much.
Tony Conja, as always, from Keg and Bottle, Caroline Curry from the San Diego Seals. Get out there and see them tomorrow.
Yeah, we gave away a 4-pack of tickets to the Seals for their weekend home opener in the playoffs.
Yeah. The Hangers, the Bangers, the Roadies, the Dogs, Aaron Bauman, Dominic Giamacareno, Kim, Kathy, Skylar, Dave, Gary, John Fink, the Bone Crusher, Mike Usher, and caller number 5 now. You're going to win Luke Bryan tickets, 877-767-4760.
You nailed it. You absolutely did. You do all the time. Okay, Monday, we'll be back. Right now, it's The Herd. Keep it tuned right here, San Diego Sports 760.